that we as First Nation achieve what we're trying to achieve because that colonial system, there's a lot of loopholes. There's a lot of loopholes that don't meet our needs. Yes, laws of Canada. Yes, laws of Canada are protected to protect the Canadians. But you know what? The First Nations people are forgotten in that system. And it's forums like this that we First Nations have to come together and solidify the cry, the need of our laws, Uskungan laws, the unwritten laws, creators' laws that the system doesn't know and doesn't understand. You know, before the Europeans or showed up on the shores of America, we First Nations people was reverence to the Creator. The Creator implemented laws on all First Nations, and we understand that. And that's the first thing as First Nations people understand on the unwritten laws that governs the First Nations people is what the system doesn't recognize. Way before the colonizers showed up, I'll go to the banishment, for example. When somebody does ill to the community members or whatever, the council at the time banished this individual. These laws were in existence before they came to the shores of North America. And those are the things the First Nations people are trying to teach the colonizers. Hey, you know what? We allowed you to set foot in the shores of our land, Turtle Island. We allowed you to do that. But in return, all we ask for is to live together in harmony, in protection. One thing, forms like this have got to be loud in the redcoats, how they came about, how they were created under treaty with the Crown. Back in the day, the Queen, the Crown said, I will establish a force to protect you from the settlers, the Northwest Mounted Police back then. They were redcoats. Somehow from that time to here now, they changed their mandate to look after the Canadians and forgotten the purpose they were created for was to protect the First Nations people. At that level. How can our voices be heard at that level? Their system is discriminating against our people. Their system is designed to take our people from our nation and put them into prisons. That's their justice. Leaders of all nations need to come together and be in one voice and be heard, or were we being left behind? You know, many times here in our nations we point our fingers to the men in uniform, men and ladies in their uniform. But their hands are so tied with the policies that was followed. To the point where, what are you doing here now? Right now here in the nation of Onion Lake, we are looking at our own tribal system, our own tribal police. We are looking at our own judicial system, our own courthouse, hiring our own judge, hiring our own prosecutor. We established a police commission board, not board, a lawyers custodians board, we're not a board, we're a police commission. We're registered in their system already as police commission. Now we turn the tables around here in the nation of Onion Lake that they have to answer to us now. Any complaint, we're going to establish a police commission complaint. So all the complaints of the nation will come to our nation member now, or our employee, or our, will come to us now. Yeah. Right now, I can't say it's working 150%, but a will is motion going towards that one. In our commission, we have a lawyer, 2 counselors, 1 elder, and 2 members of the nation. That's what we're doing. That division is communicating with our lawyer. So that's one thing we're doing at the moment. Unfortunately, I cannot stay here too long. We have a death in the community. As a leader, I have to go there. But it's a great honor. I really respect members from James Smith Sewing and any other First Nations that come. And we're here to share what information we have. And if you do have a forum, if you're going to host a forum, by any means, invite us. We'll gladly come over and share knowledge too also. Yeah. So I have.
Thank you, Hubert. Hi. So, just to introduce myself, I'm the interim director of the Treaty Law Department. So, it's a newly amalgamated department. Our Native Justice Department and our Treaty Governance Department are kind of joined under one roof now. And it's going to be the Onion Lake Law Department. So, just to talk a little bit about what Hubert was saying about banishments and that being our original natural way of dealing with things. When you think about it, naturally when a group of people are living together, and they're living together with their rules, right? And if somebody's continuously breaking those rules, causing trouble, making things difficult for the rest of the group, the natural thing to do is to not want to live with that person anymore, right? So that's natural law. That's what it basically boils down to. Banishment is it's a implementation of our natural law. But for Onion Lake, we do that as a last resort, and the ladies will go a little bit more into that when they do their presentation, because we recognize the trauma that our people have been through and how that contributes to their choices today. One of the words that the elders always use is loss. They're lost, and so what we try to do is try to help them find their way before we resort to banishment. So we'll get into the presentations now. So the first one we have up is the RCMP, and I thank you for coming here and talking about the work that you do as well. So they have a presentation and a question and answer period. So you can go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. My name is Staff Sergeant Corey Buckingham of the Onion Lake First Nation, or Onion Lake Detachment. With me is Constable Dyson as well. Just to give you some brief background on myself, I have 17 years in policing experience across BC, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, and I've been in place here since July of this year. I'll just briefly touch on the detachment composition that we have currently. We have 15 members, so that is one staff sergeant that's in charge overall, 2 corporal supervisors, and then 12 constable investigators. As well, we have 2.5 detachment services assistant positions. One of those, unfortunately, has been vacant for some time, but we do have somebody identified from the community that's going to be filling one of those positions in the next few weeks here, which is very exciting for us. So if any point as I'm going through just some of my presentation here, if anybody has any questions, feel free to just throw your hand up and try to get my attention, and I'll do my best to answer any questions. There will be a period at the end where we'll do a bit of a Q&A period as well. So our role in the community, generally speaking, is to respond to calls for service within the detachment area and investigate any sort of criminal, federal, and provincial offenses that take place, and then, as appropriate, lay any sort of charges and that sort of thing that comes up. Additionally, we work to identify trends and community issues and come up with strategies to address them. So this is kind of what we formally call our detachment action plan, which is developed in consultation with our stakeholders on an annual basis. So our stakeholders for Onion Lake Detachment would be Onion Lake Cree Nation itself, as well as we do police a small portion of the county of Vermilion River, as well as the RM of Frenchman Butte. Obviously, our main stakeholder, though, is Onion Lake itself, being the vast majority of our area and the individuals that we deal with. So just touching on our detachment action plan that's currently in use as we speak here. It was developed earlier this year by the outgoing Staff Sergeant Jeff Carter and will be in place until March 31st of next year. So our number one priority is drugs and the drugs in our community. So we have some intelligence-led policing efforts to address drug issues within the community. Recently, you may have seen, we had some success, and I was able to put out some media releases naming some of the individuals that we have charged. Those are hopefully the first steps that we're going to take of many to continue to address some of the drug issues that are obviously causing some issues out in this area. So again, the purpose of the media releases is to bring awareness to the community so that folks know who the ones that we're dealing with and having to address through the formal criminal justice process. And there may be some opportunities for us to work kind of more collaboratively with Native Justice to kind of identify those individuals and how we can address them as we move forward. Our second, one of our additional priorities within our action plan is our employee wellness, so maintaining and increasing member wellness to maintain and increase productivity and efficacy of our membership. The next one is police community relations, so completing proactive visibility patrols and proactive community engagement, so that could include things like coming to forums such as this, as well as just doing proactive patrols through our community, which is tracked and reported back to council on a quarterly basis. And finally, our fourth action item within our action plan is reconciliation, and our effort here is to have members review our historical timeline of the Onion Lake Cree Nation that again was put together by Staff Sergeant Jeff Carter before he departed. Next, I'll just move into some brief stats. So currently, our detachment has 97 outstanding individuals on warrant status. That's a number that ebbs and flows on a weekly basis, essentially, as we arrest folks and deal with those warrants. They come off of that list, and then as people fail to appear or don't show up or commit crimes and we don't locate them right away, then they go back on that list, sort of thing. Certainly one of the difficulties that we've experienced here, or that I can see here, are not having our own court point in Onion Lake as you have in the past. Certainly there's some good work being done to kind of pave the way forward there to bring that back to the community, and I think that will be a very positive thing, so that's great. As well, we're also working to review all of our outstanding warrants, some of which perhaps are quite dated and maybe aren't in the public interest to continue pursuing. And in those cases, we'll review those with the Crown Prosecution Office to determine if they should be kind of dropped, essentially. So year to date compared to last year, in the area of persons crimes, we're currently down 4%. So that's year to date as of August. I don't have the September stats just yet. And then year to date to last year for property crimes, we're down about 9%. So things are trending in the right direction, being downwards, but there's always going to be a fair amount of work there for us to keep striving towards. We have seen an increase in our criminal and provincial traffic, specifically concerning impaired driving. I can break down some of those numbers more specifically if anybody would like, but there is a bit of a concerning trend upwards in those areas. Total calls for service in 2025 to the end of August is 3,811 versus 2024 we had 3,501. So about a 10% increase there year over year. That is essentially the gist of what I have prepared for you. So if anybody has any questions, comments, or concerns, by all means.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Keandra Muskego. I am an Onion Lake band member. And I guess my first question for the police will be, is there a relationship established between the police and the tribal units, and how well do you guys work together to just to ensure our community standards are safely met?
So are you referring to tribal division folks like Carlito and his group? Okay. So to be honest, there's an amicable relationship there. The work that they do and how they're contracted to the band for the work that they have to do. They don't have a ton of overlap with us necessarily. I think there was some indication that there'd be some information sharing from them on some of the intelligence that they have to us. So far, I haven't seen that. I don't want to, speak negatively of the work they're doing. I think there is some things that they are helping with in the community, but just also ensuring that there's an understanding that they're essentially a hired contractor with no peace officer status or anything like that. So we don't necessarily work hand in hand, but that being said, there have been occasions where we end up at the same events and kind of complement each other in whatever kind of capacity that is. Yeah, I would say definitely there is some coexistence. I think we both have different roles to play. Certainly ours is more to do with enforcement and that sort of things, and then they are hired by the band to do some of the other work that they're doing, whether it's evictions or that sort of thing. Obviously, we want to make sure that the work they're doing is consistent with law and that sort of thing. but yeah, there is some complementary work that kind of happens back and forth.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
First of all, good morning to everybody. My name is Terry Sanderson from James Smith, also the Tagaste Basin. My personal First Nation. I wanted to thank the counselor that was here this morning for his words. I guess I know that we internally have been working with the detachment of Melfort, RCMP, and everything that we do at James Smith. And one of the things that we noticed in the last while, it's been going on for years, is when we, as the council was talking about laws, our natural laws that First Nation have, not being recognized in the system, in the courts and everything else. Well, I don't know if we want to really go there. I think we keep that to ourselves. But at the same time, the courts should be recognizing and having respect for those laws that we put together internally. See, we go down to, when we deal with a lot of the lawbreakers, whatever we want to do, when we're developing our own laws on First Nations, it becomes a bylaw under the Indian Act and recognized bylaws. And a lot of times those bylaws are not being enforced by the local detachment of RCMP because their hands are tied. They can't do nothing with a lot of the bylaws. I'm not sure how you guys are dealing with that here. How do you make that happen? Because a lot of times for instance, in the court system, when our people go there, we're bound by the criminal code, we're bound by the code of the province and everything else except ours. Now, I'll use this example. The time when I served as chief at James Smith, unfortunately we had a murder on our reserve. And at that time, a number of elders, our leadership, our people, we got together. And this is going to be the first time, maybe second time, that we banished. We talk about a banishment of this certain individual, although he was also charged with murder. So I went and met the judge privately in his chambers before sentencing. And I spoke to him about our natural laws and our laws that we put together and the concerns. Banishment. I told him that our people wanted this guy, when he's finished his time in the penitentiary, wherever he's going, he's banished from reserve. He can't come back. We had a couple of them like that. And unfortunately, he came back. He's not there anymore, but he came back. So how do we enforce that? From the courts. So that's what I'm talking about, our own laws and how we present it to the courts, and how that now comes back to us and respects what we put together. And as the counselor said, he recognizes, and we recognize, that a lot of times the police forces are also tied up with a lot of the policies and everything else that you guys have to deal with. We understand that. But when it comes to safety, the safety of our people and our community, when Onion Lake put their travel police, and we're putting together too. My cousin here can talk to what's going on in James Smith with the police, and especially after our tragedy a couple of years ago, we now have the resources to put together our own police, our own police force. But we've gone further than that. Now we've gone to the tribal council, so I don't know how long it's going to take. But we have in our own intervention circle here, we have developed our own policies. So it's going to govern us in James Smith. And from the last time we met here, we implemented a lot of Onion Lakes policies also. But I want to get back to that bylaw stuff. How do you guys, if you enforce it or not, how do you deal with certain bylaws? That's a kind of a long way of getting around that. That's what I meant by. Thank you.
Just kind of to recap, it's basically in regards to bylaws and how are we addressing bylaws and enforcing bylaws that are created or enacted by the nation. So I can tell you that there is work being done behind the scenes. I've had some meetings with the band as far as creating bylaws that actually address some of the concerns that are going on currently. I also am in discussions with our legal services department, basically to address and identify how we can effectively deal with some of the issues that are coming up, and in relation specifically to some of the banishments and that sort of thing, if we can effectively deal with that through the existing trespass bylaws that exist. And I'm actually just waiting on some legal opinions to come back on those things to hopefully give us a clearer picture of how we can address those things. Hopefully those come back in the next month or two here. Certainly, I think there's some opportunity possibly for the band as well to adjust or create some additional bylaws that may help us and support us in doing some of that work. One of the challenges as well is the prosecution side of dealing with some of the bylaws, because we are not prosecutors. Our role is to enforce the laws that exist. But it's my understanding that the provincial Crown prosecutions also will not look after local bylaw prosecutions either. So one of the things, and I think Councillor Hubert touched on it there earlier, is looking at their own sort of prosecutorial service for the First Nations so that some of these things can be prosecuted appropriately in court. So I know that's not an answer at the moment, but there is work being done to address it, and hopefully we'll have some better answers, and we'll be able to move forward with some of these things to at least test them through the systems in the coming months here.
Hi, me again. So I believe OLCN, we have nine, how do we say it? There's the convention law, the election law, the health law, and so on. So then I believe we have 9 put in place. So just to clarify, the police officers, the RCMP that are working on reserve, they do not implement Onion Lake. I guess I'm asking, do you guys implement our laws as well? Specifically our convention law? Or you guys just strictly follow the federal and provincial laws already established?
So I think one of the things historically we've maybe not done very well is address some of the local laws and bylaws and those sorts of things. And so certainly that is one of the kind of hot topics at the table right now, discussing how we can better support the nation in addressing and enforcing some of those laws. So there's work being done to identify how we can better support that, and if there's revisions that are needed to the existing laws, or if the existing laws or bylaws, like I mentioned, the trespass bylaw, if that is sufficient to deal with some of these things when it comes to individuals that are banished and that sort of thing. So yeah, just waiting on some legal opinions to hopefully kind of give us a better idea of how we can better support the nation in dealing with those things.
Thank you for that. And I just wanted to say, hi 7th Gen, are you guys live right now? Yeah. This is just a message to the community members. I hope that for future forums and stuff like this, we could get more community members to come out and support, because your opinions do matter and they do make a difference in our community as well.
Good morning to each and every one of you. My name is Eddie Head. I'm the Justice Director for James Smith, Peter Chapman, and Chigas Basin. There are 3 First Nations under the umbrella of James Smith at the moment. We are affiliated with the Melfort Detachment in Melfort area. As the councillor spoke about, is the red coats of the treaties that were signed in 1875, 1876. The foundation of the RCMP, what they refers to, is the red coats, and they were signed under treaty. And he is right that the RCMP was there to protect the First Nations across Canada, signing treaty for the immigrants that were coming on, the settlers that were coming on to Canada. When they represented the Crown. Unfortunately, when there was too many people that were coming in from the settlers, they moved away from our First Nations and started protecting the settlers. The laws that the First Nations already had in place were dealing with severe situations where our own people were getting out of hand, in not living in harmony, as the councillor said, not living in harmony within our First Nations boundaries. And we dealt with them. We dealt with them in severe ways that our people talked about it. And the more the settlers came to our country, the more stuff that came along with them. The drugs, the alcohol. We weren't involved, we weren't even allowed to go into the bars that were established near us. We were not even allowed to travel off the reserve without a permit to sell our products, to have our products. Those are the laws that govern us back in the day. I just want to remind you is that there is 634 First Nations across Canada. Out of those 634 First Nations, there's only 34 self-administration policing in Canada. In 2032, the RCMP contract runs out with Canada. There is a big push in the provinces in Canada to do away with the RCMP. From our perspective as First Nations, the RCMP is our historical signing of our treaty that we must continue to keep within our system. Because it is the government of Canada that they work for, and they represent Canada, not the province. Sure, they work jointly with the province, but they are only here for us as well. In Saskatchewan, as you know, there were 74 marshals that the province had signed on, trying to implement their officers are asked to be part of the justice program with the city police and the RCMP. But they're taking a look at the First Nations territory as well. Many of those officers are recruited by city police or the RCMP. They're going to be filled, those positions, from those areas. That concerns me is because it leaves out the role of the RCMP, where we have a long history with them since the signing of our treaties. As mentioned, that there's only 34 First Nations in Canada that are self-administration. The only one we have in Saskatchewan is the Touchwood Flat Hills Agency that's comprised of 3 First Nations. When back in the day, in December 10th of 2024, the Missinaibi First Nations, or the Thunder Bay, that comprise of 49 First Nations that they administer, made a historical signing in December. They signed the agreement with the OPP and the federal government, where they get 100% funding of the 52% the federal government provides and the 48% that the provinces get. OPP has signed. They govern 49 First Nations. They have well over 270 officers. They went through 30 years of trying to get in their own justice program. 30 years. They were running deficit right throughout the beginning of their self-administration. They had enough in 2024 until the province and the federal government were handing this back to you. You administer it through your RCMP and OPP. We're going to give you the total right to those 49 First Nations. There's only 3 First Nations in that territory that are able to drive to their communities. The rest are all fly-ins. The Ontario government and the federal government came to them and said, what do you need? Exactly how you fund officers across Canada. $240,000 to $235,000 per officer. That's what we want. It comes with nothing, no strings attached. We want exactly the same amount that an officer would get. They got that. It took them 30 years to establish that. As the councillor indicated, they have their own justice program. The only thing that turned over to the OPP, and of course the RCP in the same situation, is that when it comes to a homicide, they turn it over to another detachment to investigate as to what has happened in the homicide. Other than that, they handle everything else. They're 50% of their people are peace officers. The other half are non-First Nations. But they have 4 or 5 prosecutors. They have judges that go to those First Nations to hold courts. But they work with those individuals, making sure that they don't repeat as to what they got into trouble with. They deal with drugs, they deal with everything that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. Just like Onion Lake and James Smith, Peter Chaplin, Gas Basin. We go through the same. The report that the officer just gave, we get those reports on a daily basis, so every other week from our staff sergeant, Ryan Case. Those numbers don't decrease, they increase. So we're in the same situation as everybody else across Canada. But the message is, if you look at as to where we're heading, the sharing of knowledge, sharing of information helps us. As my cousin spoke about, my other cousin that said the prayer, is what I bought this morning here, is our second meeting with you, is to learn off of each other. We were here a few months ago. What I'm able to travel with you this morning is our intervention circle team, that we look at things that affect us. And the ones that affect us mostly is our drug problem that we have home. Dealing with the embarrassment of shut down houses, dealing with the situation of shutting down the young people who are selling drugs. This past summer, if it wasn't for our peace officers in James Smith, there was a 26-year-old lady that had about $75,000 worth of drugs, had $22,000 worth of cash in that vehicle, and was noticed that she was in a town site. The day before, she came out to the reserve and assaulted a family, smashed up a vehicle, came back the next morning with her drugs, and we were able to help with the RCMP and our team, our peace officers, we were able to capture her. That was back in June. She's still in custody and she's still going through. Can you imagine that $75,000 worth of drugs that was caught, where it would have ended up? And those are things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis back home. So it's a struggle to get to where we want to go. As I mentioned, I can talk about the Tsuut'ina First Nation as well. The Lakeshore Policing, they have 5 First Nations. Tsuut'ina just recently finally got their funding in place, where they have 28 officers. 14 of them were fully funded. The other 12 were bridge funded through their own source of funding from the First Nation. Through gaming, through ACDEV revenue, lands revenue that they have, and they funded those other 12 First Nations. Today, they're 100% funded, all 28. It took them well over 25, 26 years to get established properly. But it's not going to be easy for each and every one of us. I don't think most of us will live the day to see this thing happen in reality. But I tell you one thing, we have young people that are sitting behind me, sitting in front of me, that can continue that journey that we started. And without helping each other and acknowledging each other, I really see the frustration of the RCMP when they charge an individual or people, and then the court system lets them off with a bracelet or slap in a hand. Appear next court date, here's your court date, and they don't appear, and then they're looking for them again. I spoke to that as my cousin spoke of. I spoke to the judge about that. I also reminded him about the inquest recommendation. I reminded the judge about that we fought for, that has been implemented across Saskatchewan. How it affects our First Nations when you guys let people out when they should be incarcerated, so they're not going to hurt any more people. Other than that, even the individuals that are going to incarceration, when they're released, those First Nations are not informed of that individual being released. And some of them have never participated in programs when they were incarcerated. When they come out, they're more criminalized than they went in. The dues that they have to pay for them to be protected within the system. That's reality. That is very serious. When they come out, they're all tattooed. They're marked as what gang they represent. who they were gonna, what they have to do when they come out. Now, to this day, each of those First Nations are supposed to be informed from the leadership to the people that are working the justice as to who's coming out. Are they accepted back in those First Nations? We stood up and said, no, there's 3 First Nations members that we have. They haven't changed in the system, nor that we feel comfortable in them coming back to our First Nations to live with us. Those are things that we need to understand, and we have done that back home. Because it hit us pretty hard on September 4th in 2022. That was a good indication as to what has happened to that individual. And that individual was, I will not hide, was my nephew. And I will not say that I supported what he's done. It wasn't how he was raised. He was raised from my family. That was a good family. We never harmed anybody in our lives. We were born in the way of traditional way of our basic land of hunting and trapping. So this morning, I can honestly say when I was informed about your conference, I told the team that we've been invited who would like to come along. At our meeting before this, they said we'd like to all go. Our leadership supported our team, our intervention circle team, to go and listen, go and participate. So whatever we share from each other and help each other, that's what we're about. And like I say, we have a long journey together. And anything that we can help, we can share, don't hesitate. As I mentioned, I had the opportunity to visit many First Nations self-administration policing across Canada from Ontario as far as BC. And I really keep a close eye on situation when it comes to justice. I also keep a close eye on the ministers that in charge of justice. And I've been asked, 3 weeks ago, actually in the middle of August, I was asked to come and speak to the chiefs of police across Canada, which was the RCMP in Victoria. I was very humble, is because there was well over 250 officers, and I spoke about what I just said this morning. I never got ever got a standing ovation in my life, and I got that morning, where the officers all stood up and gave me applaud, and I spoke about the history of the RCMP, and I spoke about the history of our First Nations. And I told them, we got a long road ahead of us, and even though it's been 145 years in the justice, we still don't have it right. And the institutions that we have out there were built from our First Nation people that are incarcerated, and they're highly populated from us. And we have to change that around, work together. And that's what we're doing back home in James Smith and Peter Chapman, Chigas Basin, is that we're giving them the opportunity to change their life. If they don't change their life, then there are certain measures that we have to take in order for them to change it. So thank you very much and for listening to me, and I welcome the open dialogue together. Thank you.
I guess my last and final question would be, how does the RCMP implement the Onion Lake banishment list? Is there like a list already in your system, or yeah, how does that work?
as concerns arise, we would generally just kind of deal with each situation based on the merits of that situation and determine kind of what outcomes are needed or what action is necessary.
So when you do come across an individual that is banished, do you guys have the authority to, escort that individual off reserve?
So again, that's one of the things that we're working with our legal team on, kind of determining if the existing legislation and the bylaws of the First Nation allow us to perhaps arrest under the Trespass Act or the Trespass Bylaw, or kind of what that looks like. So still just kind of exploring what that situation looks like and what our authorities are and how we can best support the nation in dealing with some of those things.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Maybe to half answer that question on behalf of all of us, what I've done as a director on behalf of the leadership, the three leaderships, is I go to the judge and register it as the officer indicated, is the No Trespassing Act that they have passed. And that No Trespassing Act became into fruition back when that Bushy case. That's when it really implemented. And when it was implemented as the No Trespassing Act, then we do the same thing in the First Nations. We take that and say, because of the harm or the unsafety that we feel within our First Nations, we don't want this person on our First Nation. Either he or she is a band member or not a band member. We have that right, just like the city of Prince Albert. Like with the city of Prince Albert, they pass bylaws. Any cities, by our towns, they have bylaws. In Prince Albert, just recently, about a year ago, they passed a bylaw for alcohol sales, off sales, 11 o'clock, stops, dead. No more off sales after 11 o'clock. It shut down probably about a dozen, maybe a dozen and a half off sales. You used to go through 15, you used to go River Street. There used to be a bar there. He had the highest sales in Saskatchewan as off sales. And they shut down that alcohol place. Then now the traffic's going further north of Prince Albert. That's where they're buying the alcohol now from the people off sales from Prince Albert. But at least they stopped that whole area. So when we say we want to banish somebody from our First Nation, I go register it with the courts, as the officers only could do so much. But if we, as a First Nation, or a town, or a city, we could appeal to the court system and say, this is what we are, and what grounds do we have? The grounds that you have is public safety. And you indicate to them, this is our concern, this is what he's been charged with. And you're allowing this person to come and live with us, and you guys are going through a justice program, whether or not to incarcerate him or give him punishment. All we're asking is that he's not allowed to live with us in those conditions. He's not allowed. So they are taking that seriously, as I mentioned, is the recommendation from the inquest that we had, and we were allowed to have that. Just like they've given us a position as an integration officer. We have that position. So we are continuing to work with that. It's not a solution that we don't want, but it's the safety of our First Nations. It's the safety of our children. Because when we get those people, as you probably in Onion Lake, you probably have the situation we have at home as well. where gangs come onto our First Nation, and if that gang or that individual is selling stuff, drugs, and he or she is falling behind on payment, those drug people try to come and collect, and they come in that circle. We had three cases where those people came onto reserve with guns, but they went to the wrong house. If it wasn't for that lady with a baby, I think there would have been harm done. But they quickly moved away, and now we really watch now as to what is happening. And that's some of the things that we're going to try work towards is the Trespassing Act, to use it what it's meant for. If you're not a band member and you have no business after hours on our First Nation, then you shouldn't be allowed onto our First Nation. Those are things that we're really taking a serious look at.
Well, I thank you. If there's no more questions, we could head into a break now. Okay. We'll do a 15-minute break, a health break, get some water, smudge your lungs. Thank you. Thank you, the RCMP, for coming and answering questions for the people.
Mrs. Dillon. Mrs. Dillon. And what's your name?
I'm Lola Wolf.
You're from Onion Lake?
Yeah, I'm Justice Support.
You're from Onion Lake. How come I never met you? Hey, she said, you must be from Onion Lake.
I just came back here at the beginning of the year in April. Took over my sibling's house.
Enough about you. What about me?
Okay, we picked 5 door prize tickets. Hello. There's not even nobody in here.
Hello. We did a few draws on your door prizes. So the first draw is a table lamp. Your number is, the last three numbers is 338. It's a pink ticket. 338. So if you're a winner, come on down. You win yourself a lamp. The next door prize is a small rugged speaker. It's a wireless Bluetooth. Your number is 341. 341, you win yourself a speaker. So if you don't know how to moose call, download the app so you can use the speaker in the bush. 341, your number. Anybody got 341? Okay, next door prize is a glass container set, 10 piece. Your number 333, so 333. Come on down. Next one is a 5-port charging station. You can charge all your devices. Number 347. Anybody got 347? And the last one for this morning is a $15 gift card from Starbucks. 343. 347 and 343. So if you have earphones on, you don't count. Three four seven is the last one. Yeah, for your squad car. We can donate it back. Just kidding.
Okay, we'll give a couple more minutes for people to come back to their seats, and then we'll get back into the agenda here. Okay, we'll get started again. I'm going to try using a mic, so hopefully you'll be able to hear me better. And just a reminder, if you didn't pick up a door prize ticket, you can go pick one up from the ladies over by the door there. And for those listening at home on the 7th Gen podcast, just come to the forum. There's a lot of great door prizes. Come here for yourself. If you have questions, we'll be able to answer. So moving to the next item in the agenda is the Police Commission. And then the tribal police training. So we had hoped to have a speaker who is actually on the police commission come and speak, but unfortunately they weren't able to make it today. So I can just go over a little bit about what it's about, how we set it up, what it does for our nation. So at the very core of it, what the police commission does, it provides oversight, accountability, and coordination of policing on our nation. So Onion Lake Cree Nation set up their police commission February 20th, 2025. So it's very recent, it's very new, and it's legally recognized under both Saskatchewan and Alberta and federal laws. It's recognized as a body that's able to provide oversight to the police. So whether that's RCMP or whatever police service is providing services on our nation, this body is the one that gives them direction, gives them oversight, takes complaints. They're the authority for the police. And so under provincial federal law, if there's a police commission in place on a community, the RCMP or whoever it is has to report to these people. And what it does, it provides a way for the RCMP, the police service, to be accountable to the people through the police commission. So our police commission, it's made up of band counselors, justice board members, and there's an elder on the police commission as well. And the way, they all signed their oath. So normally a police commission is set up as a municipal status, but for us, what we had to do was sign a BCR stating that we're setting this up through our own sovereign rights, as recognized by Treaty 6 and Section 35. So the other BCR that we had to set up, that we had to do to set this all up was one, appointing the members and the legal counsel, and then again asserting our jurisdiction. We're setting this up through our sovereign right, not through anybody else's recognition. The other piece that goes into this was there was a quadripartite agreement made, so that was between Canada, and because we're on the border, we had to sign with also Saskatchewan and Alberta and Onion Lake, so that's 4 bodies coming together to discuss how policing is going to work on our nation, and how to work together and how to kind of navigate all these different jurisdictions and all these different laws and rules. So that quadripartite agreement was created with all 4 of these bodies together in a way that works for everybody. Currently, some of the major things that they're working on right now, because it's so new, they're still working on the policy manual, an organizational chart, and a complaints process. So that complaints process is very big, I think. We hear a lot of complaints, especially around like the larger, even just across Canada, complaints about police abuse. And there's not really anywhere for our people to go to bring their complaints, and they're not always heard. So the police commission is a legal avenue through which our people can do that. So if there's a complaint against a police officer, our people have a place to go to be heard. So that's one of the things the police commission does. The other thing is they host regular meetings with the commanding officer of the RCMP here, and those meetings consist of identifying priorities for the community, any gaps, and also talking about community safety. Another thing that they do is they coordinate with Chief and Counsel and Justice to talk about the bylaws, so the creation and enforcement of all of our Onion Lake bylaws, and these are, they're able to be created and passed a little bit more quickly because the police commission kind of can react in real time to some of the things that we're facing challenges with. So for example, there was a recent bylaw that would address taxi cabs coming into our community and possibly delivering drugs. So that was one thing that they were able to get through quickly. And then also, they plan for future tribal policing. So there was some discussion earlier about, the RCMP struggling to be able to enforce our laws because they have to kind of navigate Canadian law as well. So having our own tribal police force that will be able to enforce our laws fully and having that full understanding of what the laws are, why they're needed. And this tribal policing would be fully recognized, fully equipped, so everything that they need to be a police force, all of the equipment, the vehicles, the lights, the radios, the holding cells, everything they need. And that's not to say that we're phasing out RCMP completely. We still, vision is to still have them help with things like homicides, for example, where they have a lot more resources to deal with those kinds of things. And as far as tribal policing goes, they've already started peace officer training. So the peace officers would be trained to officially have certain authorities, even under Canadian law, and to have those authorities on our land. So they don't have full authorities that certain RCMP members, for example, a commander would have, but they are able to do certain things, and that's a first step in reaching this longer term vision of having our own fully fledged police force. So the peace officer training, it started, I think, last month, Dorothy? Yeah, and we had room for 18 applicants. We were kind of worried, we won't have enough people sign up, so we were kind of thinking, well, if we leave space for 18 applicants, if we can get at least half of those, that's a good first step. But we found that we had 20 applicants, and so we were able to take those on as well. So there's a lot of interest, and I think our young people are wanting to do something about this drug and gang. This is their community as well, and they want to do something about it. And so I think that was kind of where that interest came from. And why this all matters, so the police commission, like I said, it gives a direct voice and it gives decision making for our people in how policing happens, because that wasn't in place before. It was kind of RCMP comes onto the reserve and does what they do, and we have no say over what goes on. Not really, like we can try, but this police commission, like really, the RCMP has to answer to the police commission under every law. And any other police service on our territory. And it's a step in the larger vision of restoring our jurisdiction and the safety in our nation. So that was kind of the overall higher level overview of the police commission and what it does. So I'll take a few questions. I won't be able to answer all of them, but yeah. Yep.
Yeah, my question is, so where do First Nations stand regarding their status? Is it a federal or is it a provincial thing? I think it should be a federal, and they should have federal authority because we're wards of the federal government according to the treaty, according to the Indian Act. So how is it being interpreted through the courts? Like if we were to have our own tribal policing, what would be our status and our standing in the courts? Would it be a federal, or would it be a provincial authority, or would it just be regulated to being First Nation standing, where it doesn't really have no authority under the Indian Act, or under provincial policy or federal policy?
For the tribal policing, you're asking who gives the tribal policing their authority, if it's provincial or federal?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be a question I would have to push forward to the ones who are in charge of that, but I'll find the answer. But I agree, it should be at least federal, if not international, considering that we are nations. And one of the ways that we navigate is if there's a provincial law that will support our case, if there's a federal law that will support our case, if there's an international law that will support our case, we'll do it. We'll go with it. Just as long as none of those laws kind of overstep and take away from anything from us.
Okay, well, I think there should be something written down with an agreement between the province, the federal, and the First Nations as to what their legal authority is. and and to point out the jurisdictional boundaries that are in the legal system.
Yep, I agree, and that is that's part of like what the quadripartite agreement does. So it's the policing agreement between the two provinces, our nation and the Canadian government, but that's just one piece. That's just policing. We need that for court. We need that for even the wider our own sovereignty and how we're going to work together. But this is just a step.
I think also that authority should reflect regarding the treaties. Because a friend of mine, he's an elder from Whitefish, he was charged with hunting. And when he went to court, he took a copy of the treaty with him. And he asked the judge, he said, where in this treaty am I obligated under provincial law to your law? And the judge couldn't do nothing. He had to throw that case out.
Yeah.
Because our treaties are defined as international. So we need to push for that recognition and for that standing whenever we incorporate anything like tribal police. I think that needs to be recognized between the three. We have the federal, provincial, and First Nation.
Hi, thank you. Yep, I agree. We need to push for that because we are nations, and I know the judges know that. I was talking to your elder outside just a little while ago, and he was talking about some of the hunting cases he struggled with and taking it to the judge, and the judge agreed with him. And I think the issue is not everybody knows our laws, not everybody knows the treaty, and so we have to continue to get the word out there, but they need to be teaching their people, training them when they're taking their training in law and law enforcement. Just wait, I'm going to switch here.
There should be something in writing, sort of like a MOU between the three governing parties, like the federal, provincial, and the First Nations. That should be a standing issue right now, because we're having problems with trying to get the courts to recognize our sovereignty. So I think that's a really big issue, because that seems to be a barrier when it comes to things like tribal policing and First Nation bylaws.
Yep. Thank you. So as far as an MOU, I just wanted to ask, was that like each individual First Nation sign an MOU, or our treaty coming together and doing like a larger one? Maybe over time, a large, grander thing.
Okay. Excuse me. Good afternoon. Okay. Sometimes you gotta do things your own time with CEOs, cops, and all that. And I'm one of them activists that really go against them. You know, I'm allowed to hunt in St. Bro. Somebody phoned the CEOs to come out. I got stopped. So the treaty, yeah, there it is. I told him, what the hell? He says, I come all the way from Humboldt to come out. Somebody squealed on you. You're hunting. Yeah, because I got permission. And he told me, by the way, buckle up. That was funny. He knew my rights, but a lot of them don't. Like cops, they don't know, you know. Like on reserve, we're not supposed to be getting tickets for driving on reserve land. I went to court and I won the case because show me where your laws are to give ticket like this. My wife got a ticket, but I was playing dumb. I like playing dumb with courts. So Judge, we don't have jurisdiction on reserve to issue tickets, for operators and that. So, same thing, got thrown out at reserve land. We have no jurisdiction on reserve land, they said, the judge. So I was happy. But sometimes, like I say, it's good to play dumb with courts. I got another court case I'm going to. I got a ticket. This was in P. I got a ticket issued to me. Well, sometimes I think maybe it's not my fault. Maybe it's my fault. There was street light. I was street light, green, to go, and they couldn't go because over there the cars were all parked like this on a two lane. They couldn't move. So them two guys waved me on. Come on, go. So I went. All of a sudden, I just about made it, but he hit my back and he broke my car, hit the wheel right off, knocked my bumper off. And what was my rights? Two cops. The other guy was a cop that hit me, and the other was a cop that come there. And it was raining, and I was standing outside there waiting. They were both talking, and then asked me, come here, I got a ticket for you. No, never mind, I'll mail it to you. So I got a ticket. Where was my rights to talk to him? He didn't even come and see me, the cop. All he said, I got a ticket for you. So that's why I got to challenge it again. My rights. I gave no statement, nothing to the cops. So, that's crazy. It's the things that we go through as Indians with the cops, CEOs. We're discriminated. That's all I'm saying. We can't do it. So if you get caught here someplace on the air, no operators, but you come there, on your day, laptop, you get ticket there.
Yeah, because this road here, it's a provincial road, and then our main road over there is a federal road. But the other roads that aren't this one going across here, those are our roads. Yeah.
Well, if somebody gets caught there, tell them fight it. There'd be lots of people saying, no, I'm not in.
Yeah, thank you. So for those who couldn't hear, the elder was sharing some experiences with fighting tickets, fighting in court, because he knows his rights and he knows, what their jurisdiction is and our jurisdiction is, and he's advising people to do that, know your rights, so that you're able to fight in court and stand up for yourself. Hi. Do we have any more questions?
Hi, Kim. I guess my only question about the police management board, are these the current members that are on the board?
Yep, so the police management board is a little bit different from the police commission. Yep, so Dorothy, do you want to talk a little bit about what the police management board is? That would be the justice board.
What we have is we have 5 committee members from our nation that sit on the board. And basically that's just like any board in our nation. I guess we get their advice, or whatever they have concerns, or whatever concerns we have. We just bring it to the board, and that's what they basically do, is just discussing and assisting, and also we take their advice, whatever they have, and if we have any concerns, and that's where we bring our concerns to the board.
And I guess my question for the police commission, were those individuals, did they have to apply for those positions, or were they appointed?
So they were appointed, which is in line with how other police commissions are created as well. They were chosen based on their expertise in justice policing because they've worked in there for a number of years. So the counselors who are on there were former directors of the justice department, and then we also have some board members. So we felt it was a really a full team of people who are very knowledgeable in these issues and like how these issues have been going back decades and how to, they brought ideas to the table on how to deal with these things, as well as having the elder there, which is always important on whatever board or committee that we're forming. So it's always culturally grounded and it's always rooted in our ways, making sure that that's always in there.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Do we have any more questions? It is lunchtime, but if I can take another question or two if anybody has any. Okay, well, we'll get someone to pray over the food and then we'll get started with lunch. Thank you guys. If you do have any questions or you think of something later, you can come and ask me. Like I said, I'm not on the actual police commission and I'm not part of the tribal policing planning. But if I don't have the answer to something, I can find the answer. Hi.
Hello. I hope everybody is nice and full. We're gonna shut the lights off for a while and have a 20-minute nap. We did another draw on your 50/50s. Your next number is 351. Wireless earphones. And the next prize is a stainless steel cookware set. 24-piece. 355. If you have that number, 355. $15 Tim's card. 332. 332. If you have that number, you win yourself a Tim's card. And your next one is a hoodie, Moose Meat Mafia. 353. 353, you win yourself a hoodie. So if you had like three pieces of chicken, it's gonna go up to 3x. Okay, we got a 3-piece set, 1 comforter and 2 pillowcases. 340. 340. Anybody? Going once, going twice.
Good afternoon. My name's Carol Harper Mountain. I'm the Community Emergency Coordinator for the Nation of Onion Lake. How this came about was that we were approached by Native Justice, and each department had came together to end up making this community safety plan for our reserve here. And currently, right now, there's a core group that had developed this community safety plan. There's 10 members, and then there's a sub-core group, which consisted of 13 members, and there were 3 counselors that were on that sub-core group. The core group consisted of a Native Justice, a member from each of these departments, Native Justice, the Health Center, Education. We had 1 youth that was involved. We had emergency and management. There were 2 Justice Board members that were involved, and a public relation, 1 individual from there. And we had 1 community member. So this community safety plan, it was passed a few months ago from the council level. But going into how it came about, this plan, it represents more than a strategic document. It is a reflection of the voices, the stories, experiences, and hopes of our community. It was done through surveys, sharing circles, and community gatherings. We listened to the concerns of the community members. We heard from them, and they had shared that the community wanted a safer space, stronger supports for the youth and families, meaningful responses to gang activity and substance use, and greater access to culturally grounded mental health services. It's a plan that goes forward, that honors both traditional values and innovative approaches to our community safety. This plan is a step into that direction. We envision for the future where every member of Onion Lake Cree Nation feels safe, valued, and supported. During the survey that had gone out to the community members, we had given them that voice. We wanted to hear what they wanted to see within our nation of Onion Lake. And through that survey, the key findings that came included a widespread concern of gang activity, substance abuse, and a lack of trust in policing and justice systems. A strong call for more youth programming, mental health, and addiction services, and safe, culturally grounded spaces for healing and connection. A clear need to improve awareness, communication, and coordination for services within the community. So through this, we ended up, when we gathered together, it was numerous times of gathering where we came together, and we had a facilitator that came within the nation here from a different area. So she guided us through this, and it was a journey of healing. I could speak that on my part because I had found out that there were things that really need to be looked at within our community. So we did it through a SWOT analysis, basically the strengths, the weaknesses, and the opportunities and threats. Do you want to share this part?
The meetings that we had during the community safety plan was mainly based on what we can do to help our community, to better the community, and where we can go in a new future. Because within our meetings, we not only looked at the generation that is here now, we went as far as going as far as the 7th, maybe even the 10th generations, and how we can better their lives and what we can do to try and give them that pathway to a better life, better, doing things. Part of it was, part of our community plan was bringing back our natural teachings, the hunting, the gathering, all those stuff, right? Because in my generation, when we were around, we had some of that teachings, but we didn't have the full teachings. So while we had our elders, here that have that teachings, we try and bring them out, to help us along, or, to take it to the schools and, stuff like that, right? And so along the way, we talked a lot about, what we can and what we cannot do within our community of Ananilik. And with this plan that we have, it's not the same where, each person's from. Everybody else will have their own community safety plan that is different from us. A lot of it will be similar to us. And so that's the goal that we wanted to do with this community safety plan. How we can try to eliminate the drugs and the gangs. Try and mitigate that, how we can push for a better, more healthier life as we go along. Just a question. Does everybody here understand Cree? No? So not very many. I don't really want to say stuff that is in Cree that would, I don't want to leave anybody out of this conversation, right? So if not very many people understand Cree, I'll just leave it in English then with that.
Hello, my name is Jennifer. Community safety priorities, the strengths, elders and youth programs, wellness and prevention services, education, daycare, Jordan's principal supports, cultural and natural assets like water, land, teachings, strong infrastructure, Healing Lodge, Justice, EMS, RCMP, Energy Sector, Transparency. Key concerns are gang activity and youth vulnerability, trauma and lack of healing infrastructure, micromanaging, nepotism and lack of trust, fear of speaking up, suppression and stigma, mental health, addictions, homelessness, lack of central coordination and follow-through. The plan also draws out the current drug and gang strategy, reintegration program, community healing, and local resources, and explores integration, is that what it says? Points between wellness, energy, or emergency, justice, and youth programs. Action plans, how do we make this real? Community safety priorities, the core group identifies the following areas as top safety priorities for the Onion Lake Cree Nation. 1, revive the healing program, restore and expand a culturally rooted healing initiative addressing trauma, violence, and mental health for all age groups. 2, gang prevention and outreach, establish prevention and reintegration efforts targeting youth at risk of or returning from gang involvement. 3, support for elders and families, expand housing, care, and wellness support for elders and family units. 4, youth empowerment and education, create safe spaces, training programs, and mentorship opportunities for youth. Departmental collaboration and accountability. Centralized communication, project manager or management, and policy following through. Cultural revitalization, traditional teaching, land-based learning, rites of passage, and language programming, leadership accountability, transparency with leadership and community. This plan reflects our shared commitment to fostering a safe, supportive, and resilient community. We are dedicated to working in collaboration with community members and trusted partners to ensure it's consistent in what? I can't even say it. Implementation, ongoing evaluation, and meaningful adoptions as new challenges and needs arise. We walk this path together, grounding in our tradition and guided by and shared vision of healing through unity, respect, and cultural strength. We are building a safer, healthier, and more vibrant future for all generations of Onion Lake Cree Nation.
So what we did when we came together as the group, the core group, we came together and we brought the needs that we seen out there from our membership, what we heard from our membership. We brought them to the table, and we basically gave our community members a voice of what they want to see within our nation, that feeling that's safe, feeling that they're supported within the community here. And we had done all this through a lady that came into our community. She led us through and guided us through this experience. And the outcome of it now is that we have a community safety plan for the nation of Onion Lake. And we can use this document to guide us along. The strengths and, the threats, the opportunities, that we can bring it forth. And we brought this document and we brought it to life. That's about it.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the community safety plan? Yep.
Hi, you mentioned a reintegration program. Has that been implemented yet? And how does that work out?
We do have a reintegration program. Jolene?
Thank you, Kendra. So there is a reintegration program. There always has been under Native Justice. And reintegration can mean anybody that is, say, returning back from being in custody or wanting to leave a high-risk lifestyle. So either way, depending on what route they're going, we have reintegration plan in place. And reintegration includes, I don't like the term, but that's like the term that best fits the program itself. So it would include supports within the community, the resources, and then if we have to explore off the community, like in, say, the nearing cities, or if an individual wants to reside in another community, then we'll look for resources for them in those areas. So, and there is a reintegration document that was drafted, and it was approved and finalized, so now we're able to share that. That document was created following the evictions and the banishments through the drug and gang strategy. So if you want to take a look at it, I can send you a copy. You can take a look at it.
No, that's every First Nation needs to develop their own community safety plan. We've developed one as well back home, but you'll find out there's be some glitches in, even though you share and you work with different program managers within our organization. For example, in the first week in September, there we had a incident with a young man. We didn't know what the circumstances was. It was gun-related, knife-related. Violence was in the factor. There was good evidence that this happened through media, through Facebook, through whatever they used. We alerted the authority with the RCMP. Our peace officers secured the scene, secured the building, made sure nobody was going in and out, and we informed the general public of a lockdown. But everybody that was supposed to be locked down in their facilities ran and said, I'm going to go get my kid daycare. I'm going to go get my children in the school. Some of the offices vacated the office, the band office, the health clinic, the store, whatever facility, daycare. Everybody was scrambling to get home. And that was chaos, because we didn't know the truth of what was told that morning. We had people that were moving over the power grounds to go back to their First Nation or where they came from. We had to hold them back. Even our own people that were supposed to be under lockdown panicked. And the worst thing you can do in life is panic. If a car accident or something's happening in front of you, the worst thing you can do is panic. And that's what happened back home. Everybody panicked. And we, the peace officers and the RCP and me, we couldn't have concrete evidence that this was true. we seen the evidence, and we know that there was an individual with a gun, but we couldn't secure the evidence. So when you go through a safety plan, we talked about this at the program managers meeting a couple of weeks ago. I said, we need to straighten this out, I said. We need to straighten out this handbook, and we need to understand what. So some people are stepping forward now, other than just me in that position, is where other people have to step forward and give that direction when it comes down to lockdown or emergency evacuation, emergency situation. Everybody has to be notified so that there's a chain of command that everybody follows, so that the direction is united from the community. I look at that as positive, even though it was negative for what happened in the first part of September there after our powwow. It turned out that we're learning from it. So I'm glad that there's a group of, I think, 7 people that are part of the major part of those steps that they have to be notified, which is your ICFS, your health, your education, your executive director of your offices. The whole shebang has to be involved in order for us to call a lockdown. But making sure they understand, each program has to understand what a lockdown is. Because when that happened, it was just like rush hour when they were supposed to stay put. So we didn't know the circumstances. And after, at the end of, once we realized what really had happened, we would have informed the lockdown to open back up. So everybody learned what could have happened or what could have not happened. So that's why I say to you is that you're going to go through a learning curve when it comes to public safety as a community safety plan you implement. And I'm glad that I have now support of different programs that I'm able to work with. So we're established that through an app that we're developing. So that app that we all have access to, the 7 individuals. So we'll all receive that app, and we have certain minutes, like no longer than 10, 15 minutes for us to reply back to that app once there's an emergency situation. And we all have to agree, but there's steps that are put into the app as to where does it fall, what level. And we have to answer those questions. And if we say, is it concerning where is it concerning, what location? All that stuff has to be implemented into that app. Then it's sent out. So when it comes to an agreement, then it's sent out to the general public as to what the circumstances are. And then the follow-up. And then the backlog, after it's all done, we report back to the membership that everything's okay, this is what has happened, this is where we took steps, measures, that's where we're at, and this is the final results. Because the worst thing you can have is not having the results. That's where the different talks come in and say, well, I heard so-and-so. This is always like an Indian country, it's always that. And in that communication thing there is we identified some of our leadership that they communicate to the leadership themselves so that they understand that they know who to go, they know who to run to as to who that's communicating with them. And we have part of this whole thing too is our commanding officer in Melfort with the RCMP. There's 2 people are identified from the Melfort RCMP as the resource people. That means we get a hold of one of those 3 people, but the main, because they're offset, meaning their hour of operation, daytime or night. So we know there's 2 officers as assigned to us, but to make commanding officers on day shift. And we make sure that they're informed as well, because they have to be, but we also include the frontline workers, which is your EMTs, your ambulance. So what we also did is we give every house, every street in a village, every road that leads to different areas of the reserve, they're all named, but every house is numbered on the reserve, marked in a village. So that data has gone to the RCMP. That information has also gone to the ambulance. So when an elder was very sick this winter, the ambulance knew where that elder lived and knew go directly to that house. And that ambulance was right at that house like you wouldn't believe. Instead of stopping and says, where does so-and-so live? That's no longer the case. And that's one of the steps that we've taken as well. Because one of the things is communication, making sure. So when we're setting down houses back home for drugs, they're already numbered. We know what street this house is, and we know what number that house is. They already know that. So they say, well, what house number is that? And we just say it's 20A, Road North, Riverside, whatever, New York Road, whatever we have, it's all numbered. And that's keys because when a fire takes place or emergency situation, they know that. The fire department of each of the fire departments in Kinisno and Melfort, they have access to this map. And that map was developed under of the inquest, because it didn't say, well, Elder Walter Constant House, that's where it is. Well, they don't have any information, well, where does Walter live? There was nothing telling them they have the name, but they don't have the house number. They don't know what road number to go to. So that's very key, especially as First Nation. We don't know well, you know each other where you live, but does the general public, like, I know where my brother lives, but do I know his house number? No, I don't. And my sisters, yes, I know where they live. So those are things that are very key that we are able to go after so that it helps us. Are we perfect? No, we're not perfect. And we'll never be perfect unless we keep working at it, So I think that's something that I'm glad to hear that it's been really worked on. And I'm glad that you have a separate committee. And that's what I have right now too, is a separate committee in working on our public safety. And we have to identify them. So, and I think that's the whole aspect of this whole concept is making sure our general public is aware of what we're doing. So if when it comes to that too, is our kids. There's one time there was a little 3-year-old that was walking late in the evening in the village. So the peace officers picked that little baby up and took him to the command center. Said, whose baby is this? So right away they got a hold of health, ICFS, social services within our First Nation, and made sure that we take steps, and we went knocking on doors. I said, whose baby is this? Just like that little baby I was walking here, this little baby who came to us here this afternoon. That little baby was walking. If that little baby was walking on the road, we wouldn't know who the baby belongs to. So those are the things that we're learning from, that making sure that we understand what are the steps and how we do this now. We organized a group of people that'll help us in that situation, because that's different. But it is public safety. Because if the dogs ever got after that baby, you know what happens if a dog's approach a young baby, a young kid. They're very violent when they get together. So we were quite aware of that. And that's the other issue that we had too, was the dog issue in the village. We had to address that problem too. And we still have that problem. We still have that problem back home in the village, is dogs roaming at night. So that's an issue that we're concerned about as well. Thank you for your presentation. I thought I'd at least help you out as to what we're doing.
What we have as the emergency management department that both my assistant Jennifer and I are from, this is another document. It's called Emergency Response Plan, and that's for the community of Onion Lake. And with that one there, when I came into this position here in 2019, I was given that document to basically revise, and it's trial by error. Over the years, we first started with all the directors in the community from different programs, but it seems like their schedules were so busy, so it didn't really work to even try to come together to meet. It was really hard at that time. So I took it to my supervisor, and I let him know, we have to get this going, but it's very hard to get the directors from each department to come together and work on this emergency response manual for the community. So we took another initiative that we went to the community itself and got members out there that were willing to come in and, basically be part of it. Like I stated, it was trial by error, and we it worked at first, but then it kind of just went, it didn't go anywhere else. So now we're back at the drawing board again. And because this community, yes, we are an independent sovereign nation, and currently there is a draft form out there for emergency preparedness law, where it's sitting with our lawyers at the moment right now. They're going over it. And with that will back us up, because we're sitting on the border of Saskatchewan and Alberta. We have to look on both sides of the provinces. So this preparedness law, emergency preparedness law, will be able to, once completed and ratified by the people through referendum and our governance level, we'll be able to take this document and put it into our emergency response plan to back us up. And that's where we're at the moment. Because this other document as emergency response plan, it's a living document, so it's going to be changing continually. As stated, we're back at the drawing board, and we're bringing training in so we could have these command posts. We're going to go back to our CEO and let them know we need another rep from each department here to come back to the table and start going through all this emergency response plan now. This this community safety plan is another document that will back us up also. So there's 2 documents there along with that emergency preparedness law that will be for our nation alone. Because within these emergency response plans, you need to have, like on Saskatchewan side, there's a Saskatchewan emergency law or act that's backing up that document. So with our nation alone, we're going to have our own emergency preparedness law that will back up that emergency response plan for the community. And in that plan, it'll cover, evacuations. It'll cover, when there's a disaster that occurs or emergency that happens within the nation, who comes to the table will be a rep from each department. And there basically there's, how to handle a threat to the nation, how to handle, shootings. We work closely with the RCMP, the EMS, and in the fire rescue. Being as this emergency management, it's trial by error, like I stated, but we're slowly getting back up off our, back up onto our feet again. And that's pretty much where that sits. So there's like 2 documents there that, our nation will be able to look at. I'm developing currently right now another core team for the emergency response. So when there is emergency, like we had a wildland fire here, that basically this core team's going to come together. It's another core team from each department that will come together and say, okay, this is how we handle this. This is fires, a threat to the nation. We're going to have to evacuate. Okay, where do we take them? That team there. And this is another team here, which is the community safety plan. So that's pretty much handled by the emergency management team for the community response team.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Did you want to say something?
Okay, I did want to mention, we had years before this department was created, we had the same similar situation. So when we're supposed to go on lockdown, when something happens, it's like rumors and people panic, people are scared. So that's why, to my understanding, that was a reason why this department was created, so that it's in place. Nobody's wondering who's going to take care of this. They're the ones who are designated to be the ones to take care of this. Yep. Any other questions? So before we get,
do you guys let the public know what's happening, or do you guys let the families know if their victims were harmed or anything? Like any incidents, like if anything were to come up? Because like I know there was a lockdown on my reserve because I called the cops on my brother because he stole my vehicle and he had guns with him. And I let the public know, and it seemed like that was like the best thing to do because at least he was found eventually. But when people are kept in the dark, it seems like that's what causes the chaos.
That is true. We did come across quite a few incidents that were like that. There was a situation that occurred up on top of the hill here where it involved the RCMP, and what we did was we came and we were under the RCMP because it was more of a criminal. So what we did was we have a supervisor that we basically tell everything to, and this supervisor is one of the COOs for the nation. And we let them know, so they go and inform the chief and council. So with the media part, yes, we did come across a lot of stuff on Facebook that at that time. There was a lockdown that did take place. And we did, taking the guidance from at that time with the RCMP, and we had our security blocking off, roads. We went on to social media and we told them, do not come up to this area if there's a lockdown. And so, like stated, people are rushing around looking like, I gotta go home, my kids are home by themselves and all this. But we had to, before anything came through to, we made sure we bypassed everything to the RCMP first before, allowing people to actually go up there. There's a protocol that we had taken, that we took part of, and with the people now in the community, because this community is so big, we, like I stated, went on social media. We went to our radio station, and we let them know, can you please, because at that they took care of the social media. Do not come up at this area. We'll let you know when it's safe to do so. And what else did we do there? Were you there? Okay. So there are other incidents where things happen. Yes, at that time, before we had our public relation department here that came into effect not too long ago, we used our radio station, and they had access to Facebook and all that. And so that we let the people know at that time. I did try to bring in 2 apps to notify people. What's that? Something Talk. I can't remember what it's called. Cree Talk or something. No. It's out there anyways. I can't remember what it was. And there's another one called Voyagent or something like that from the Alberta side. So with that alone, it's just like, we bring it, basically it would kind of be like we would take over, and then when something occurs, do not come to this area. The people that did like that app, they would know. So we're still having that difficulty of getting information out there, because that social media on Facebook, right? There's a lot of people that say stuff. All lockdowns, it's good when it wasn't. So we're still overcoming those hurdles. Currently right now that public relations is here, we're able to utilize them more in that area of do not come out this area. When we had that fire out here just this past spring, we had a lot of spectators that came out to that area. And we had emergency vehicles racing around, So it was scary for the bystanders. And we did have RCMP out there and security out there blocking the roads. But still, how could we do this? So at that time, we utilized what we could. And that was through the social media, through radio. And yeah, so we're going to be, another thing is that we're going to be doing an emergency management forum, because this is kind of new to our nation and people don't really know exactly what we do. So we're still going to bring that awareness out to the people.
Do you guys let family members know, like if there's a family member that was assaulted and they were taken in custody or else in the ambulance, do you guys let the family members know? Because there's an incident that happened on our reserve with my brother. We didn't even know 3 days later that he was beaten up and left for dead, and that he was even in custody. We didn't even know. Like, our security didn't even tell us. Like, us as a family didn't even know.
Most of that information when it comes to criminal acts, RCMP are the ones that, notify the families. We don't have that right to do that as community members, right? That's more of a RCMP level.
So the RCMP are the ones that
are
supposed to let the people know?
Yeah, RCMP is the ones that notify people on a criminal aspect of it. When it comes to fire rescue, it really all depends on the call or the situation of what's going on. It really all depends. It could be the RCMP, or it could be one of us, or it could be, you know, fire rescue or security, right? It really all depends on what the nature of the call is.
Oh, okay, so you guys let your members know?
Yeah, yeah.
Eddie, are we going to be doing that with our band? Start letting people know? Because that was not right, what happened to my brother, and we didn't know. And that's like with your sister's boy, too. She didn't even know.
Yeah, that's when we talk about things like that, it's like there's different programs that handle each program, and that's one program that I'm not part of. I'm more or less the total safety. There's other programs that handle that situation that other managers handle from the First Nations.
Hi. Well, if we have no more questions, I think we can go into a little bit of a break.
Still gonna talk?
Okay, yeah. We'll go into a 10-minute break, and then when we get back, we can go into the Native Justice Program and what the different services that they offer to the community. Okay.
Hello everyone, got some door prizes here. First door prize for a blanket, looking for last three numbers, 366. Second number for another blanket, last three numbers, 345. And for a Timmy's gift card, $15. Last three numbers, 346. And for a bunny hug, says moose meat on it. Last three numbers, 354. This is some sort of game. Last three numbers, 349. And for the 32-inch TV, last three numbers, 334. Okay, we did a redraw. We're looking for 370. And the second one, 339. You got a Timmy gift card. A lot of coffee for me.
We'll give a couple more minutes for people to trickle back in here.
let it warm up first, hey? Oh, yeah, there it is. Can you see it?
Okay, we'll get started here. Before we go into our justice programming presentation, I just wanted to make a few clarifications. So this pamphlet that you guys might have picked up, it's yellow. It's titled Onion Lake Cree Nation Police Management Board. So this board isn't in effect anymore. Now it's the Police Commission. So everything in here, the Police Commission handles, as well as other, like on top of all of these duties. And the Police Commission has a little bit more legally recognized authority. And then there was a question about how the Police Commission is chosen. So to clarify, the councillors were appointed amongst council themselves. And then the board members were approached and asked, and they filled out a form. So that's how that worked. And then there was a question about policing and where our tribal police is going to get their authority, their recognition. So I did clarify with our CEO, Kyle Dillon. He said that it's provincially and federally recognized. So it would have the authority to operate within our nation's boundaries. And the training is provided by Alberta, but Saskatchewan has adopted the Alberta program, and so it's going to be recognized both sides of the border. So just some clarifications there. And now if our justice ladies are ready, so we have Dorothy Patagan and Jolene Carter talking about the programs and services offered by our justice program, Justice Department. Okay.
Just because. Can you hear me? I'm just going to go over an overview. So, my name is Jolene Carter. I am the. Can everyone hear me? Can you hear me okay? I don't want to yell.
Testing, testing.
Okay, that's better. I can hear myself now. So my name is Jolene Carter. I am the court worker for Onion Lake. I've been sitting as the court worker for the last probably 5 years. Prior to that, I was the justice coordinator and the program manager for the reintegration out measures. Now I am full-time court worker, and I facilitate sentencing circles and also help manage some of the programs that are provided by the department. I'm going to share an overview a little bit about the drug and gang strategy. So just, I was going to present the whole PowerPoint, but I thought I'll just do a quick overview, and it's not even that quick, but regardless. So in partnership with Onion Lake Leadership, the administration, social development, housing, health, wellness, fire rescue, peacekeepers, RCMP, family services, Equiskeet, and Native Justice. Onion Lake is situated 50 kilometers north of Lloydminster, which straddles the Saskatchewan and Alberta border. Major cities such as Edmonton, Alberta, Saskatoon, Saskatchewan are both 2 to 3 hour drives from our nation. With the rising crisis of drugs and illegal activity across the provinces, Onion Lake is plagued by drug dealers, gang members. Drugs such as cocaine, crack, prescription pills were taking over our community. Crystal meth made its way into our community, and the abuse skyrocketed. With the rise in drug abuse, the dark plague hit our community. Break-ins, thefts, mischiefs, domestic violence, sexual abuse, sexual assaults, armed robberies, home invasions, high-speed chases, unlawfully on confinement, kidnapping, hostages, drive-by shootings, possession of drugs were some of the criminal charges. Death rates have risen due to drug overdoses, driving incidents, suicides, or people not in the right state of mind putting themselves at risk. Children apprehension rates have also risen due to the drug and gang epidemic. So just a brief timeline, our convention law, first, second, and third readings were done in 2005, presented to the band, were created starting in 2005, presented to band membership and passed in 2011. Purpose and principles of the convention law. The jurisdiction of this law oversees OLC and territory and its citizens. Political existence of OLC and government is recognized by the Government of Canada. Onion Lake has inherent rights to provide for its preservation and prosperity, organize itself as it sees fit, administer services, and determine the jurisdiction of its courts. Powers of government, codes of conduct, removal from office, elders council, rules and procedures, finance and assets, judicial powers, finance and assets all fall under the law. The exercise of these rights is independent of those secured through the Treaty 6 entered into the Crown. 2006, Onion Lake's right to drug bylaw, which was rejected by the minister, who replied that no law could supersede federal law. This was before the convention law. 2009, community forum held to discuss current strategies that could have been used to deal with drugs and alcohol in the community. A vote took place to continue on with the planning and execution of the process while it was completed in its entirety. A BCR would be drafted to acknowledge the effects of drugs and alcohol in the community by chief and council, and the directors were requested by leadership to attend a meeting in council chambers the following day to discuss how the drug issue would be dealt with. A meeting with all directors took place the next day. It was noted by leadership that any benefits provided to community members will be revoked if the drug activity continued after providing a time for explanation from the homeowner. So this is part of the administration process that was also developed during this time. 2011, first set of notice letters drafted by Justice Board members, RCMP, FRP, and elders. 2011, trespass bylaw was amended. 2011, motion made at a band meeting to continue dealing with the drug problem. 2013, the Askungan law was created, which includes residency land law, housing authority, including programs and policies, land authority to care, maintain, and protect personal property on the land. Families, spouses not from reserve will abide by the law. Squatters' can and will be removed. How far we've come as a nation. 2013, home eviction BCR was created. 2014, the community voted in favor to accept the 3-notice process, and I'll share that with you again. The three notice process in dealing with drug dealers in our community, that's the admin process. 2015, final draft of eviction BCR off our reserve. 2016, the three-letter process began. 2017, revised eviction BCR of banned and non-banned members was created. 2017, community impact statement was created. 2017, Onion Lake Housing Authority implemented the drug and gang strategy into their policy. 2018, Onion Lake drug and gang strategy with surrounding committees, so that's when we started developing forums and sharing with communities that were requesting assistance with the same issues in their communities. 2018, a drug task force team was created. 2020, Onion Lake declared a state of emergency, and that was just at the peak of COVID. And then in 2025, Onion Lake Community Safety Plan was developed, and that was through what Carol and Darren presented. In 2018, Onion Lake drug and gang strategy was revised to fit the needs of the growing epidemic of gangs and crystal meth use in the community. Onion Lake Native Justice sat with Chief and Council, elders, and the community to come up with strategies to combat the drug and gang problem. It was decided Onion Lake Native Justice, in conjunction with Onion Lake leadership, would have a three-letter procedure for any units, homes, dealings, or harboring drug dealers and gang members. In this process, not only are drug dealers identified, they receive the support they need if they wish to leave their lifestyle behind. The process is a collaborative approach by all community members who will work with those in violation of the drug strategy process and reintegrate members to be productive members of the community. It is not a punitive approach, but a collective approach to dealing with the issues, however, providing supports to those who need to be in compliance with this process. Planning and preparation with surrounding communities. Onion Lake held a drug and gang forum in May of 2017. Surrounding communities from Alberta and Saskatchewan attended, such as Thunderchild, Side Lake, Minnestickwin, Big Island Lake, Frog Lake, Hewin Fishing Lake, Makwa, and including FSIN. The objective of the meeting was to identify what drug and gang strategies are in place within our communities, what program options are available off reserve, and how RCMP can be or have been involved in combating drug and gang activities within our communities. The goal was to identify solutions to use breakout group sessions to brainstorm ideas. 3 questions were explored: what works, what doesn't work, and how can we help each other? These questions were used to help identify and create the drug and gang strategy. These are the key areas that were identified and utilized in the process. So the main points that came out was education and prevention, treatment and rehabilitation, natural laws, spiritual laws, traditional laws, harm reduction, and enforcement and control. What has changed since the beginning? The protocol agreements. Communities are communicating with one another. Communities are sharing information. Collectively, communities work with RCMP to reduce gang activity by assisting in coordinating leadership and RCMP together to fight criminal elements within the nations. Collectively, the community assisted housing and further identifying ways to eliminate criminal activity and misuse of homes by implementing another avenue for tenants, example, the criminal activities, and impose planning through justice to have them improve their lives, to keep their homes or be evicted if they do not follow the plans. If housing was here, they would have explained their part and their policy, because they have implemented a portion in their housing agreements to reflect the strategy. RCMP data shows the effectiveness of changes that have been implemented, and then it's created awareness and more people coming forward with information. So that's a little bit of an overview of when we started, why we started, and where it's at. I could share a little bit about the admin process. This is the administration process, so Onion Lake Cree Nation Drug Strategy admin process. This is the 3-letter procedure. So the details include the first notice letter, including the BCR that was passed by leadership as an attachment, acknowledges Chief and Council zero tolerance to all drugs and alcohol abuse in the community by way of implementing a drug strategy that will combat the adverse effects of drug and alcohol abuse in Onion Lake Cree Nation. Both documents are hand-delivered either by the director to the homeowner and or occupant of the home as per housing list. So whoever is the homeowner on the housing list would receive both documents, which is the first notice and the BCR. Verification letter upon receipt by the homeowner occupant is signed and witnessed when the first notice is issued. The verification also serves the homeowner occupant's acknowledgement of their intake session date and location and time. So that is when the first notice is delivered, then we'll develop a date and time to sit down with them to try to identify how we can fix the issue, I guess, whether if they're harboring or if there is known dealing in the home, drug dealing or high-risk activity. The process is explained in detail and are advised that future notices will be provided will lead to include but not limited to be evicted from their home and the community. Notices to homeowner occupants are provided to Onion Lake Housing Authority and for their reference and filing purposes. Now, sometimes, so Onion Lake Housing has a similar way of, they deliver notices also. So say if our department does not get notified of high-risk activity being done in the home, but housing is, they have their own process where they deliver their own notices, and then they'll advise us that they've delivered a notice, and it'll start, usually I think that starts by getting phone calls or being notified by other people about what's happening in the home, and then their tenant relations officers will go and visit the home. And then if they need to serve a notice, they'll serve a notice, and that's usually their first notice, and then we're notified, and then they're redirected to us, and then we go through the process of the strategy with the homeowners. So Onion Lake Native Justice will create a panel to include an elder from the community, the justice coordinator or director, and band employees from Onion Lake Housing, Onion Lake Wellness, Healing Lodge. This is now ETC, right? Yeah, this is ETC. Atascocita is now ETC, who have been mandated to assist with health, wellness, and addiction. So this is part of a panel that we will put together, usually a hub. We refer to it as a hub. So that'll be put together to meet with individuals. That's usually part of the first step. The intake will include the following procedures and supports. Intake insists the homeowner to meet and work with the panel to reintegrate the member back into the community. Recommendations are created by all parties in the intake, and a plan is developed. Native Justice employees will provide follow-up to the case plan with the homeowner occupants to ensure that the process is being followed. Homeowner occupants is requested to renew their homeowner lease agreements with housing, tenant officer, and are referred back to housing authority. If occupants or homeowner follows through with the case plan, the file continues to remain open for 6 months for support. If the case plan is successful, the file will be closed. If the homeowner and occupant identified in the lease agreement continue to sell drugs and alcohol from their home or any other residence they dwell in, and charged and convicted of drug trafficking under the criminal code, will be evicted from the community. This is after the first notice, and if things continue, if they are continuing to traffic or harbor. The file at this stage will be reviewed by the hub committee, who will in turn make recommendations to leadership to evict the member from the community or the home. A timeline will be in accordance to what is identified as required amount of time under Onion Lake land law to reside away from the community. Second notice, at this step, if the homeowner does not respond to the first notice and have followed through with the intake but not willing to comply with the recommendations, the homeowner occupants will receive a second notice. This notice provides the homeowner and the homeowner another opportunity to complete an intake. If the homeowner does not respond to the first notice and the second notice, the file will be reviewed by the HUB committee and a recommendation will be made to leadership to enforce an eviction. The eviction information is transcribed into a BCR, eviction from home, and sent to Chief and Council for approval and to implement. If the nation member is not the homeowner, oh my lord, I have a prosecutor calling me. If the nation is not the homeowner, then the homeowner is responsible. If the nation member is not the homeowner, then the homeowner is responsible for any activities that occur in that residence. If the individual is an occupant under the lease agreement and relocated to another home during this step or any step throughout the process and continues to sell drugs, the name is forwarded to the HUB committee for review. If the homeowner occupant is not a resident as defined under the OLCN land law, the person's name is forwarded to leadership and dealt with according to the trespass bylaw. If the homeowner occupant is a member of the Onion Lake Cree Nation, then Chief and Council, upon review, will determine if the individual will receive an eviction from the home under the BCR, home eviction bylaw. If the homeowner attends the intake identified in step 1 and unsuccessful, then the next step is implemented. For example, if unsuccessful in step 1, the process will start as step 2. Third and final notice, if the homeowner and or resident identified as an occupant of the home and both the homeowner and occupant have not responded to the first and second response, the homeowner occupant will receive a third notice letter. Should they fail to attend an intake session identified in the notice and failure to complete an intake will result in an eviction from OLCN as stipulated in the residency bylaw. The eviction from the community is noted in the BCR and sent to leadership for approval to have community member reside off reserve for a specific amount of time. This time is identified in the Onion Lake Cree Nation land law. All decisions made by leadership regarding all evictions, BCR's trespass bylaws will be forwarded to Senior Crown Prosecutor. If the homeowner is requested to reside away from OLCN for a said period of time, they will be required to make a request prior to return date, requesting permission to return back to the community. A panel will then be set up to meet with the nation member to determine what he or she will be required to do in order for them to return. In cases for an immediate intervention process, this process will deal with urgent cases that require immediate intervention and cannot wait for HUB meetings. Part 1, in the event that for an immediate case that cannot wait for HUB meeting, the case will go to Native Justice as priority based on the severity of the emergency situation. Cases that involve other departments such as RCMP, etc., the case will then be reviewed at the next HUB meeting for follow-up and case plans. Part 2, in the case for persons being released from custody for drug trafficking, etc., that are urgent cases, this process will be assessed on a case-by-case process to Police Management Board. Other notes, this process is collaborative approach by all community programs who will work with those in violation of the drug strategy process to reintegration members to be productive members of Onion Lake Cree Nation. Again, not a punitive approach. Housing Authority will receive notice letters to the Director of Housing. All notices will be presented at Justice Board meetings and our Chief and Council meetings. So that's a part of the administration process. I think that's it, unless anybody has some questions. I know I went over it really fast because Dorothy told me to go fast. That one's mine. Any questions? A copy of our strategy? Oh yeah, it is part of our protocol agreement that we share with other communities so that we can help other communities develop a similar process.
Okay, thank you. One more. If somebody challenge them, if I challenge them, what's my chance? No good?
You would have to prove that you are not selling drugs in the community.
No, why I'm saying that, we tried to put some laws together like this, yeah? Ban out people. But ICF said, where are you going to put the kids? Well, isn't that their job to put them someplace, you know? That's where I got kind of shut down, eh? I didn't have no answer for it. You know, I tried to do it, and they said, where are you going to put the kids? ICFS, you know, the program. They said, where are you going to put them? But I just told them, well, it's your job, you know, to do it.
As part of, like, I know we've had several meetings with CFS and Onion Lake if children were involved. And that was some of the discussions that we had, right? But at the end of the day, it is safety for the children if children are involved.
I guess one of the setbacks in our community was that when ICFS first began, they put a arm's length clause in their agreement with the band, so that it causes problems. Like, for instance, like if we wanted to set up these laws, and what Walter brought up there, they asked, what about the kids? In our process, we were trying to get networking within the community, but they didn't show up. They refused to show up. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of that clause. They don't want to get involved. They don't want to have to fall under certain guidelines and policies that the band enacts. So I think that's where our problem is with that clause. And that's a strengthful clause that blocks anything we try to do with them, like when we try to get things into place as to where children are going to go and stuff like that. That's our problem right now, I think, just to clarify things.
We had that problem with CFS in the beginning too, where we had that, because they have their own policies, right, with CFS. Dorothy, do you remember when they too had that kind of situation where, and I think that was from previous directors, where we struggled working with CFS when it came to children. But I think it all comes down to the director and the relationship that you have with them. Like now, I know we can work with our CFS when it comes to children, because we all share, like they're shared clients, I guess you could say, when we're working with them.
I think where they're coming from is to lose their authority with these children. I think that's a technical issue we have to try and deal with.
It's good to have discussions with all your departments so that everybody can get on the same page, because at the end of the day, we all just want the same outcome, right? So I know I went over the overview pretty quickly, but you can see that it took us a long time to get where we are. It took us a long time. It didn't happen just, within the last year. It took several years.
That's my view of the ICFS. I totally support the program looking after children at risk in our First Nation. But I remember when they first brought ICFS into our First Nation, I was opposed to it because I didn't agree with starting to bring provincial programs, provincial law, and standards into our community, in which the people are going to be basically working for the province, but still working out of our First Nation. And also implementing all the laws and policies of the province. And that's the problem we're having now. The director and different people that sit on that board are answering to the province. They don't see them answering to the chief and council or to their people. See, that's the dilemma that a lot of First Nations run into when they accept programs like that. If we're going to do it, we do it right, as we've been talking about all day. Develop our own laws, under our laws, under our sovereignty. Develop that. Then you don't have that problem. We do it ourselves. Like I forgot to mention earlier, why don't we have our own courts? Why don't we have our own justice system? I was telling this young lady earlier today, when I was involved in the FSIN as vice chief, I had the portfolio of justice. And I spoke many times to the justice minister in his province and Canada that we have to start developing and recognizing our own jurisdiction over our courts and everything else. But we will get there. It's a little time, but the stuff that you guys are doing here, the work that you're doing, well, it's going to go a long ways for you. I can see that already. You will have your justice system set up. You got the numbers here. You got the people. And I think institutions like these ICFS and everything else that has to go along with the plans that you have. They cannot be left out because those children, those homes with those children are at risk. You know, I see that myself because my own family is involved in that. I see my grandchildren suffering because of what's going on in their home. I'm directly affected as a grandfather and a dad. And we're trying to address all of those issues. At the same time, we can't have programs on the wayside and try and say they're not involved. No, that can't happen. So we're going to go on, we're going to clean that up. We'll get that straight. We have to do it. If we have to get different people in those positions, then we have to do that. Anyway, that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Hi. Alexa? No more questions?
I guess the reason why, for our problem with ICFS, from the very beginning, a lot of it came down to finances. Because they were afraid, as a developing institution, it was part of devolution, right? Province gives authority to the bands to be the next child welfare system. So what they were afraid of was they were afraid that the chief and council would dip into their funding. That was what the fear was back then. And so they developed that clause as arm's length. The chief cannot touch their money, or the band can't touch their money. And that was one of the problems we're running into now, is they're afraid that we're going to bother them with money, but it's not that. We're trying to work with them to put these kids in a safe place while we deal with the drugs and the alcohol.
Some of the, just to comment on that, some of the plans that I know that has happened when it came to working with families with children and children that had caregivers that abused substance. I know some of the plans that came out of HUB with these families and working with CFS is that we removed the substance abusers and kept the children in the home, and then provided, I know CFS did what they needed to do to provide childcare so that the kids weren't removed from the home. They kept their home, right? And then caregivers were brought in. And I know that had happened. I could say one family. I don't know. I can't speak to if others happened or followed after that, but I know that was also a discussion. Instead of evicting them from the home and taking the home from them, we would remove the substance abusers and send them for treatment, and then work with them so that they can return home and continue caring for their children, but didn't remove the children from the home. I have a cough. Any other questions in regards to the strategy for Onion Lake? I just wanted to also mention that we're always making changes to the strategy. There's always something that comes up where we have to accommodate depending on a situation, and that's why we make it, we let people know that it's always done on a case-by-case situation, depending on the people or the homes, depending. It's always done case by case. But yeah, if there's anything else that anybody wants to ask, I could try to answer them. If not, I'll let Dorothy continue, and she can share some of the other programs that is provided through Onion Lake Native Justice. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. On the strategies, what about, have you guys tried family counseling? Even with the ones who are struggling with the drugs or the ones in a gang, because it's always in the household. And there's a lot of factors that go into the people who are struggling. It's the household.
That is where when we talk about HUB and we talk about case-by-case situations, yes, we have. We have identified what would you call, like, underlying factors or underlying truths in the household. So say, like, if we have to develop, or not develop, if we have to develop a plan that'll fit the needs of that family, then we will. Like, not every case is the same. They're all different, so we adjust what we need to do to help a home based on the parties that are involved. So when we take it to HUB, that's how we identify who needs to play a role in assisting a family unit with not what we think they need, but what they share with the HUB that they need. So then a plan is developed that includes all the main factors for that family.
So is it mandatory? Would be another question.
Well, again, that's part of the process, right? So say it shouldn't have to be mandatory. Like the people in the home should be willing to work with the resources that we have within the community. But again, if it's say it's a situation where they just continue to live high-risk lifestyles, again, and they don't want to follow through with the supports that's being presented and offered to them, and they want to continue living the high-risk lifestyles they are living, again, the end result would be eviction from the home.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Just to add further to what our programs are available in Native Justice, this gang and drugs tragedy is one of them. But we also have our Aboriginal court worker program, which Jolene and I are both part of, and also our reintegration program. This is where when our incarcerated members want to come back into our nation, and we assist them, and we provide all the services that we have within our nation, and we introduce that to the clients, and you know, to make an easier transition back into our community. That is one of them. And also we have our youth prevention program, and this is where just like it says, prevention, and that's what we are trying to assist our youth, you know, we're trying to promote positive life choices for them. And this is where we're working with them, and also to build a positive future for themselves. And with that, we also provide all the services, and we're so lucky in our community that we have so many services that we can provide to our clients, to our youth, to our clients that are from our nation that are incarcerated. And so we have so many services that we can offer. And that's with the youth prevention worker, because I have, what I do there is I'm a justice coordinator, also youth prevention, court worker, and plus fine option. But that fine option I'm handing over to our new employee, Lola. So we have so many on our plates, Jolene and I, and so that is one of them that I'm working on, is youth prevention. And also with our court worker, we also have what they call an alternative measures program. And in court, and this is where we have clients, youth and adults, that we work with. Just like it says, an alternative way to deal with their charges instead of going through the court system. And we work with them outside the court, and you know, having them, the main goal that we're trying to achieve with this alternative measures is they come away without a criminal record, and which is, you know, it's successful. I found it very successful for our clients that are referred to alternative measures. And also, we also have a community mediation, but we haven't filled that. We haven't filled it yet. So, but those are just some of the services that we offer within Native Justice, and we're also. With that reintegration program, you know, we're working closely with the federal government as well, the federal workers. And with that, we have this week we have a parole hearing that we're having here in our nation, which will be our first for our nation. And, you know, I'm looking for a positive outcome with that hearing. So, and that's basically all we have, what we have at Native Justice. And I'm not sure if there's anything else. If anybody has any questions. Yes, we do. Jolene actually brought that into our community. It's been successful. We've had 2 successful sentencing circles where we brought in our judge, and also the legal counsel as well attended, and plus our elders. We utilize our elders quite a bit in our sentencing circles. Sorry, it was six sentencing circles.
Just Onion Lake, so our department will be hosting sentencing circle training in North Battleford December 3rd, 4th, and 5th. This training, so the last time we hosted training, we geared towards elders, and I think elders that time. So this time we want to, our focus is community justice workers and court workers and anybody involved in the court system. So that's going to be held in North Battleford. So we have a lady from Yorkton that's going to come in and help us facilitate that session, and that's a 3-day session. There's no cost to the training. It's just your responsibility to get there and be there. Lunch will be provided, and training material as well will be provided.
You're going to sentence your elders.
No, but they have been successful. The few that we've had, again, that's a relationship that we've developed with our judge and the court personnels, the judge, the Crown prosecutors, and like even some defense. On the 17th, myself and Dorothy will be doing a presentation in Saskatoon to Legal Aid Saskatchewan in regards to the sentencing circles that we've been hosting. And then, you know, we'll talk about the criterias, how to have a sentencing circle in the community, and how it would work. I guess what our role would be in that process. And then in November, we've been invited to do a similar presentation to Crown prosecutors in Saskatchewan. So a little bit about that.
Any more questions?
Okay, well, thank you to all our presenters today. I think this was a very successful meeting. I learned a lot. I think that our visitors and our community members who are present today and who are watching on the live stream probably learned a lot. Just knowing that we're trying to come together and take on all of these huge issues throughout the justice system, whether it comes from policing, court, laws, any of that. So I want to thank the visitors for coming out and sharing what you're doing as well, because we learn from each other, right? That's a good way of doing that, good way of coming together. I'd also like to thank the elders who did the prayers, and our caterer, Vanessa Pronto. Call her for all your catering needs. Yeah, thank you, everybody. So we'll get a closing prayer going here, and then we'll send everybody on their way. Hi.